Welcome to Lynchburg, Virginia, the site of an important Hill City rivalry matchup this afternoon. Randolph WildCats coming into town, making that short drive across the Hill City to take on the Hornets. Randolph right now sits in the conference at 4th. They have a 3-1 record in the conference. Lynchburg sits 6th with a 3-3 record in the conference as well. Hello and welcome to Moonfield. Andrew Watson here on LHSN, riding solo for what should be a very exciting doubleheader. Lynchburg started out the season relatively hot. Since then, they've kind of cooled off. Randolph, the exact opposite. They've won 8 of their last 10. And for this rivalry, we always seem to get good matchups. And
leading off for the WildCats, number 7, Dominique Irving.
And for the WildCats, leading off one of the best players in the conference, Dominique Irving. We'll take a look at their lineup real quick. Lacey Lucado is going to be batting second. Delaney Knuckles batting third, playing short. Jenna McDermott will be playing center, batting fourth. Kylie Stark, two-sport athlete, first team All-ODAC in basketball, batting fifth. Alexa Tritola playing right, batting sixth. Lexi Hawkins playing behind the plate for the Wildcats. Taryn Campbell is going to be the designated player, and rounding out that batting order for the Wildcats, Rayleigh Etkin. Dominique Irving, second in the conference in batting average. Batting .440 on the year. Not much better than that, especially batting in that leadoff spot. She's playing out in left field. But in the circle this afternoon for the Hornets, a steady arm, and Emily Charlton leads the team in innings pitched thus far this year. Irving gets ahead 3-1. From Charlton. Misses outside, a leadoff walk for Irving. An early base runner for the Wildcats. Charlton coming into this game issued 9 walks thus far this year through 53 1/3 inning. An ERA just above 220 at 223. Has been put in a lot of different situations. We've seen her come on in relief. We've seen her start games. Definitely a strong arm on the mound for the Hornets. At the plate now, Lacey Lucado. Quick mound meeting there. Carly Hudnall stepping out to talk to Emily Charlton. Lucado on the year, batting .262. 1-0 catches the outside edge, even the count at 1. Irving, 8 stolen bases this year. Lays down a bunt is Lucado. Tully throwing it on to first. The throw's high, just gets by Caldwell. We'll get to Hodges in right field covering that mistake from Tully. And it's runners on the corners here, no outs.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
Something we see quite often from the Wildcats. That sack bunt coming in the first inning. Wildcats in the country are second in that statistic. That'll be their 33rd one in that category this year. Charlton in trouble early. Runners on the corners here. No outs in the top of the first. Delaney Knuckles at the plate. First team All-ODAC last season. 1-0 catches the outside corner, evens that count up at 1. Lynchburg in their red uniforms, black sleeves. Randolph sporting a nice gray uniform with touches of yellow. 1-1, nearly gets away from Hudnall. It's going to allow Licata to advance to second base. So 2 runners in scoring position here for the Wildcats, already threatening here this afternoon. And head coach Don Simmons is going to step out of that home dugout, head to the circle to have a conversation with Charlton. Charlton, not someone who gets in trouble all too often. Like I said, just above 53 innings on the year, leads in that category for the Hornets. Batting average against her just a little bit above 220. Two-one pitch from Charlton. Gets it across, evens the count up at 2. That 2-2 pitch. Hit high in the air out towards Hackett in center. She'll make the catch ranging in. The throw home to Hudnall, not in time. And Irving's going to come across, score the first run of the game for the Wildcats, and it's an early 1-0 lead for the visitors.
Dominique Irving scores the first run of the game for Randolph.
How did she get on base?
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 8, Jenna McDermott.
They might not be. She should be a second base out there.
Well, no, she got to third on.
Jenna McDermott at the plate now for the Wildcats. McDermott started in all 24 games this year for the Wildcats, batting .388 on the year. Looking to pick up another RBI, batting in that 4-hole for the visitors. Takes that pitch off the outside edge, evens the count up at 1. McDermott leads the team in RBIs with 16 on the year. Swings and misses at a pitch off the outside edge, 1-2. Good pitch from Charlton. Charlton does a really good job of mixing up her pitches. Throws that changeup that's off speed quite often. That one misses off the outside edge, however. Haven't seen that changeup thus far this game. 2-2 pitch. Grounded foul down the right field line. Wind gently blowing in from right center field. Gusting just a little bit here in Lynchburg. Charlton misses low, runs that count full. It's 3-2. Strikeout here would go a long way. The payoff pitch from Charlton hit high in the air down the left field line, but out of play. The 3-2 once more. That one runs up, misses high. And a second walk of the inning for the Wildcats gives them runners on the corners once again.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 12, Kylie Stark.
Now stepping to the plate for the Wildcats, dual sport athlete Kylie Stark. Checks her swing. Hudnall doesn't make that throw to second base. Knows it was probably a double steal opportunity for the visitors. Gives that bag to McDermott. Advances to second. One 0 to Stark. Check swing. Tap foul. Kylie Stark on the year, batting .306. 1-1 pitch. Hit in the air out towards left field in foul ground is Dooley, who makes the catch, but tagging and heading home and scoring is Jenna McDermott. The Wildcats extend their lead to 2-0 here in the top of the first.
That's the Randolph run by number 9, Lacey Liccato.
2 outs and
You're right.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 22, Alexa Tritola.
Alexa Tritola stepping up to the plate for the Wildcats. Takes a first pitch right down the middle, 0-1. Oh, one pitch just misses low there from Charlton. One runs up and in. Tritola on the year. Hasn't seen an extreme amount of action, just appeared in 17 games. Takes that pitch up. Batting .250 on the year, just 24 at-bats. The 3-1 pitch misses up and away, and Charlton's struggling just a little bit with command in the first inning. Head coach Don Simmons is going to step out and have a conversation here with the home plate umpire. Might see a change, and we will. Charlton's going to step out of the circle, and it's going to be Kaylee Dorsis coming in for the Hornets when we return here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Kaylee Dorsis stepping out into the circle for the Hornets.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 13, Lexi Hawkins.
2 outs here in the top of the first. 2 runs have already come across. It's Lexi Hawkins at the plate for the Wildcats, looking to plate another run and extend that lead for the visitors. Dorsis on the year, 47th best ERA in the country. Hudnall tries to take away that steal attempt there at second, but instead finds Walter. Does well not to let that ball go to the outfield and lead to another run. But now it's 2 runners in scoring position here for Lexi Hawkins. Takes a pitch on the inside corner, 1-2. We've seen Dorsis come on in relief 9 times this year, this being the 10th, appearing in 16 of those games of the 24 that Lynchburg has played. Good fight at the plate, however, from the catcher. Lexi Hawkins evens that count back up at 2. Here's that pitch home. Lined over towards Cundiff, who makes a jumping catch, nearly standing on the third base bag, and that's the third out of the inning. but 2 come across after an early surge from the Wildcats. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Lynchburg looking to respond on LHSN.
The first inning.
Welcome back on LHSN. It's Carly Hudnall to lead off for the Hornets. We'll take a look at their batting order this afternoon.
Number 6.
Carly Hudnall leading off. Sarah Watts, the designated player this afternoon in Game 1. She'll be batting second. Gracie Dooley in left, batting third. Carly Cundiff just made that great jumping catch at third base. She'll be batting fourth. Bree Hodges getting the start in right field. Addison Walter getting the start at shortstop, batting sixth in the order. And then Sophie Tully batting seventh. Kaylee Hackett out in center field is going to be batting eighth. And batting ninth, playing second base, Leah Caldwell. There's a ball grounded over towards short. Throw to Stark at first in time to retire Carly Hudnall. And one quick out here in the bottom of the inning for Paige Scruggs. The pitcher for Game 1.
Now batting for the Hornets. Number 7. Sarah Watts.
Scruggs on the year. Starting her 7th game. Started in every game she's appeared in. A 4.71 ERA. At times has struggled a little bit with command, but 19 innings pitched on the year. It's a pitching staff that, while they might not be deep, is relatively talented. Lynchburg, they have 7 pitchers. Usually see 3. Randolph has 4, and you see almost every single one of them, especially with Paige Scruggs starting in the circle this afternoon. She has the least amount of innings pitched for the Wildcats this year. 1-1 pitch. Lined hard down the line from Watts. Foul. Sarah Watts has been a bright spot for the Hornets in her first season. Watts batting .350. Leads the team in home runs. Her and the batter on deck, Gracie Dooley, both have 3. That pitch misses low there from Scruggs. Evens that count up at 2. A good at-bat from Watts. 2-2 pitch. Good take in the dirt. 2 straight balls from Scruggs. Runs that count full. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch home. Misses up and in, and Watts is on base with a 1-out walk here. With the lefty power bat of Gracie Dooley stepping into the batter's box with her first opportunity of the afternoon.
Now batting for the Hornets. Number 8. Gracie Dooley.
Dooley on the year. 3 home runs, just like Sarah Watts, who stands on first. Takes a big cut, misses at a high pitch there from Scruggs. Oh, 1 pitch, softly grounded over towards Lucado at third. She'll throw it on to second for the fielder's choice. Sarah Watts retired on that play. Gracie Dooley advanced to first. And now quickly 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 4, Carly Cundiff.
And Carly Cundiff steps to the plate for Lynchburg. Cundiff on the year, batting .397. That one ripped past the third baseman foul. That .397 mark, good enough for 7th in the conference in batting average. Cundiff has supplied a lot of base hits, a lot of power for the Hornets. The 0-1 pitch. Softly hit off the leg of Cundiff. It's going to be a foul ball. Scruggs takes a sign from that away dugout, throws the 0-2 home. This one popped up in the air. Scruggs calling for it, but Stark, who comes over, makes the catch for the third out here in the bottom of the first. Score still 2-0. Randolph in front with a chance to extend here in the top of the second when we return on LHSN.
The first inning from Moon Field. Off the second inning for Randolph, number 14, Taryn Campbell.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Taryn Campbell at the plate, pops that one over the head of Carly Cundiff. It landed in the infield dirt, and it's a leadoff single. Wildcats picking up where they left off in the top of the first.
Now batting for Randolph, number 5, Rayleigh Atkins.
Rayleigh Atkins stepping to the plate, batting in that 9th spot. Top of the order looming on deck in the form of Dominique Irving. Good pitch from Dorsis on the inside corner. Gets ahead in the count, 0-1. One pitch from Dorsis. Check swing fouled back into that new netting. 0-2 is the count. That wind now picking up just a little bit, blowing in directly from center field. It's a warm afternoon in Lynchburg. 0-2 pitch from Dorsis, just misses off the outside edge. Etkin decided not to chase. Battling back just a little bit. Moves that count to 1-2. Here's that pitch. Rises up on Dorsis a little bit too much. The 2-2 pitch from Dorsis. Catches the inside corner of the plate for the first strikeout of the game for Kaylee Dorsis.
That's a Lynchburg strikeout, courtesy of number 5, Kaylee Dorsis. Now batting for the Wildcats, number 7, Dominique Irving.
Dorsis on the year just earned her 45th strikeout. That one rises up just a bit too much. Dorsis came in relief in the top of the first inning with 2 outs. Got that final out of the top half. Now expected to do a lot of work here. Remainder of this game. And Dorsis making her 10th relief appearance of the year. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Irving. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Irving slaps that one foul past the third baseman. Dominique Irving, a first-team All-ODAC player last season. Looking on track to do the same thing once again in the top 5 in quite a few statistical categories. Behind 1-2. Lays off that high pitch from Dorsis, evens the count back up at 2. Two-two pitch popped over the head of Walter. Going out towards left field is Dooley coming in. Makes the catch for the second out. That ball was hit hard right in the gap, but Dooley quick enough to range over to her left and make that catch.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 9, Lacey Lucado.
Lacey Lucado steps to the plate, laid down a sacrifice bunt, her first appearance. Reached on that play on an error. Just been informed that it's Lacey Lucado. Apologize for the mispronunciation here on LHSN. That one fouled back towards the traffic circle behind home plate. One pitch from Dorsis. Runs in and hits the batter. Hit by pitch, advances Taryn Campbell to second base.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
Delaney Knuckles stepping up to the plate. Another first-team All-ODAC performer from last season for the Wildcats. Randolph had a lot of talent last year. Returned most of that talent this year. Knuckles behind 0-1. Dorsis looking to get out of a bit of a jam here. Runs one up, evens the count at 1. Randolph has had quite a few base runners putting these pitchers in the circle in trouble. in the early parts of this game. Something we haven't seen much from the Hornets this year, but Dorsis looking to get out of it. Here's one chopped towards Cundiff, but foul. One-two pitch. Hit softly towards Cundiff, makes the catch in the air. For the third out of the inning, another line out to end the inning for the Wildcats. No runs come across. Lynchburg looking to cut into this lead. It's 2-0 Wildcats on top on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Paige Scruggs still in the circle for the visiting Randolph Wildcats. It's Bree Hodges to lead off here in the bottom of the second for the Hornets.
Leading off the bottom of the second for the Hornets, number 26, Bree Hodges.
Bree Hodges on the year. Batting .207, not really where she would want to be, however. Not seeing too many at-bats. Just 29 in 24 games. Takes that pitch down the middle, evens the count at 1. Hodges making her 7th start of the year. She's appeared in 19 games now, including this one. Hits that one hard towards the third baseman, but Luckadoo was there diving to her left to make the catch. The hot corner getting a lot of work for both sides. Cundiff making a couple good plays. Luckadoo says, I can do one better.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 3, Addison Walter.
It's Addison Walter stepping to the plate for the Hornets. We've seen Walter bat in quite a few different positions. We've seen her lead off a couple times, bat in that 9th spot. Working her way up the lineup to 6 this afternoon. You can imagine if she does make that start in game 2 of this doubleheader that she'll be in a different spot. This one popped up in the air out towards center field. It's McDermott coming in to make the catch for the second out here in the bottom of the second inning. Hornets going quickly, but sure hands of Sophie Tully stepping up to the plate for the home side.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 25, Sophie Tully.
First pitch to Tully catches bottom half of the zone. That one popped back into the netting. Count quickly moves 0-2, and Scruggs looking to get the hot bats back up to the plate for the Wildcats. 0-2 pitch from Scruggs. Grounded towards third baseman. Luckadoo makes that long throw to Stark at first. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Scruggs. We'll head to the top of the third inning. Randolph looking to extend here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia.
Leading off the third for Randolph, number 8, Jenna McDermott.
It's Jenna McDermott to lead off here in the top of the third inning for the Wildcats. Hornets went quickly in the bottom half of the second. And Randolph, who has had quite a few base runners in this game, is looking to gain a couple more. That one grounded foul down the left field line. Leadoff batter in both innings played thus far has reached base for the Wildcats. McDermott looking to keep that streak going. Takes a pitch off the outside edge. One fouled back into the netting. Moves that count to 1-2. McDermott's first time up, reached on a walk. That was at the hands of Charlton the first time she's seen Dorsis this afternoon. Takes a pitch off the outside edge. Two-two pitch, runs up and in, runs that count full, 3-2. Couple of common opponents for these two teams, just about halfway through the season. Most interesting common opponent thus far is Salisbury. Lynchburg went 1-3 against the Seagulls. That one grounded foul towards Cundiff. Randolph welcomes Salisbury to their home field and split the series with the number one team in the country. That win being part of a 8-2 record over the last 10 games for the Wildcats. And Cundiff dots the outside corner. Jenna McDermott not happy with the call in any way. But either way, Kaylee Dorsis earns her second strikeout of the afternoon. And Kylie Stark stepping up to the plate. That one popped up in the air towards Caldwell. At second, makes the catch. Two quick outs here in the top of the third inning. Lynchburg finding their feet on the defensive side of the ball. First pitch to Alexa Tritola. Just catches that inside edge. Tritola's first time up also reached on a walk. Takes that pitch up, evens the count up at 1. Randolph batters have a relatively good feel of where the strike zone is. 63 walks in total on the year. That mark good enough for 4th in the conference. Lynchburg, however, sits 2nd in the conference in that category, so 2 good teams in taking the base on balls. Good pitch from Dorsis, evens that count back up at 2. Tritola down to what could be the final strike here in the top of the 3rd. Dorsis looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning. Dots the bottom half of the plate, gets that 2nd strikeout of the inning, her 3rd of the game. And the Hornets go 1-2-3 in the top of the 3rd. We'll head to the bottom half of that same inning when we return on LHSN.
Leading off the bottom of the 3rd for the Hornets, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Kaylee Hackett at the plate for the Hornets takes the first pitch in the dirt from Scruggs. Hackett has been a welcome bat at the plate for the Hornets this year. That one hit high in the air out towards left field. Coming in is Irving. Makes the first catch for the first out here in the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be Leah Caldwell stepping to the plate for the home side.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 29, Leah Caldwell.
Caldwell on the year. Making just her 3rd start, batting .200. Making 15 appearances, most of those coming in the form of a pinch running opportunity, this just being her 6th at-bat on the season. That one hit softly back towards Scruggs, short of the circle. Makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning, and that lineup turns over. It's Carly Hudnall stepping to the plate with 2 outs.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
Carly Hudnall has the pace. Could lay down a bunt in reach. Slaps this one over the head of the shortstop. Coming in is Dominique Irving, just short of the infield dirt. Makes the catch in a very quick inning here in the bottom of the 3rd. We'll bring that Randolph lineup back up to the plate here when we return on the top of the 4th here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia.
WildCats. Number 13, Lexi Hawkins.
Lexi Hawkins stepping up to the plate here. For Randolph, it's still Kaylee Dorsis in the circle for the Hornets. Did not have much time to sit in the dugout, have a drink of water. It was a 5-pitch inning there from the Hornets. Good pitching from Scruggs to bring the bats back up to the plate. Dorsis coming off of the best defensive inning of the game, going 1-2-3 in the top of the third. We'll look to repeat that here in the top of the fourth. Dot's first pitch on the outside edge to Hawkins. Hawkins first time up, lined out to Cundiff at third, ended that first inning run. That saw 2 runs being plated for the visitors. Hackett now dots the inside corner of the plate, brings that count to 0-2. 0-2 pitch, fouled towards that on-deck circle. Good job to stay alive from Hawkins. Dorsis trying to get Hawkins to chase a little bit, misses that pitch up. Last time we saw Dorsis pitch 2 2/3 innings against Ferrum, got the save. Did not allow a hit in that span, got 5 strikeouts. She's 3/5 of the way there this afternoon, already has 3. Right now, Dorsis ERA sits at 120, 1.20. Good enough for that 5th best mark in the conference, 47th best in the country. Early season saw a lot of work as a starting pitcher, but since then settled into her role as a reliever and has thrived in these long reliever situations. Dorsis takes just a little bit too long. Hawkins steps out of the box. 1-2 pitch from Dorsis. Gets a swing and a miss on a rise ball up in the zone. Gets her 4th strikeout on the afternoon.
Strikeout by number 5, Kaylee Dorsis.
2 swinging and 2 looking for Dorsis. Has been able to locate it quite well this afternoon. It'll be Taryn Campbell stepping to the plate, the designated player. Fouls the first one back. Campbell's first time up. Got the lone hit of the afternoon. Leadoff situation in the top of the 2nd inning. Takes a pitch that just misses off the outside edge. It was one of those pitches that could go either way. That one goes the way of Campbell in the box. Evens that count back up at 1. 1-1 pitch, off speed, just misses off the outside edge once again. Good fight from Campbell to get ahead 2-1. Two-one pitch, pop back over the netting. Catches on top of the press box back here behind home plate. First time I've experienced that this year. This new netting behind home plate usually would keep that away, but that one just barely crept its way over the taller netting, and the wind took it right into the roof of our mobile press box here behind home plate. Campbell doing well to bring that count full. Here's that payoff pitch from Dorsis. Swung on and missed, strike 3, the 5th strikeout of the afternoon for the sophomore pitcher, Kaylee Dorsis.
Strikeout for number 5, Kaylee Dorsis, her 5th of the afternoon.
Dorsis doing a great job of making
Number 5, Rayleigh Etkin.
this Randolph team chase pitches, get behind in counts, even when they fight back. Seems like Dorsis still has all the control in the at-bat. But the 9-hole hitter, Rayleigh Etkin, up to the plate for the visitors. This would be an important out for Kaylee Dorsis to get, with the top of the order looming on deck in the form of Dominique Irving. 0-1 pitch from Dorsis. Fouled back into the netting, quickly behind 0-2. Pitch. Dots the outside corner. Another strikeout looking. Dorsis is 6th of the afternoon. Gets 3 strikeouts in that inning.
Number 5, Kaylee Dorsis.
And we'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Lynchburg looking to pick up some of the momentum with their bats when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Sarah Watts, the designated player, stepping up to the plate for the Hornets.
Bottom of the 4th for the Hornets. Number 7, Sarah Watts.
Coming off a top of the 4th inning in which Kaylee Dorsis struck out the side, 2 swinging, 1 looking. Lynchburg looking to grab a little bit of momentum, but Paige Scruggs has been relatively good on the mound. That one popped up over towards third base. It's Luckadoo who makes that catch for the first out of the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Coming up to the plate now will be Gracie Dooley, 3 home runs on the season. Takes first pitch off the outside edge. Dooley, the 3rd best batting average on the team, batting .361, has started in every single game this year for the Hornets. 61 at-bats. That one popped up in the air down the left field line into the netting foul. Dooley leads the team in doubles. She has 6. Those 6 doubles good enough to give her the 5th best mark in that category in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Lines one hard down the right field line towards the wall. It's off the base of it. She rounds first. She'll head to second. The throw in from Tritola gets to the cutoff player, and Dooley gets another one of those doubles, her 7th on the year, and a 1-out base runner in scoring position gives the Hornets some life.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 4, Carly Cundiff.
Carly Cundiff stepping up to the plate now for the Hornets, looking to pick up another RBI on the year. Cundiff, best batting average on the team, batting .397. has 15 RBIs, leads the team in that category. Pops this one down the left field line, out of play, foul. Putting the student workers to work here this afternoon, going to get those foul balls. Scruggs taking just a little bit longer in the circle. Cundiff realizes it. Calls time for herself. Scruggs maybe not happy with the initial call. The initial pitch she took from the away dugout. Instead throws an inside pitch to Cundiff that she fouls down the left field line. Cundiff quickly behind 0-2. Cundiff takes a big hack at a pitch, just a little bit up and in. Fouls it back into the netting, stays alive, looking for her pitch. Cundiff taking a little bit of time, drying off her hands with the dirt from that batter's box. Scruggs takes the sign. The 0-2 pitch home in the dirt, nearly gets away there from Hawkins behind the plate, but does well to stay in front of it. Dooley just returns to her spot on that second base bag. One-two pitch. Inside the appeal, and Cundiff went around. Was one of those ones that you could nearly see she went around from our vantage point behind home plate. Just took a little bit longer than you would think to get that appeal over to that umpire.
Batting for the Hornets, number 26, Bree Hodges.
Interesting enough, the umpire down the third baseline making that call. Bree Hodges stepping to the plate here with 2 outs. Scruggs looking to get out of what feels like the first jam of the afternoon, the first bit of pressure the Hornets have put on the pitcher. That one lined right back up the middle off the second base bag. It was a tough play for Oatkin there on the second base bag. Hodges advances to first. It's runners on the corners here with 2 outs. And junior shortstop Addison Walter stepping up to the plate here, looking to pick up another RBI for the Hornets, and it cut that lead maybe in half here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 3, Addison Walter.
Walter on the year, one of just 2 players for the Hornets that have started every single game. Dooley, the other one, stands on third base. Walter hits one well, just into that fencing that protects that home dugout down the left field line. Walter on the year, 9 RBIs. Pops the 0-1 pitch up in the air. It's Oatkin ranging over towards the first base bag, and Paige Scruggs and the Randolph Wildcats get out of a jam. We'll head to the top of the 5th. Kaylee Dorsis looking to pick up where she left off when we return on LHSN.
7, Dominique Irving.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. All ODAC first team selection, Dominique Irving leading off the top of the 5th here for Randolph in a game that has moved relatively quickly. Just 55 minutes played as we head into the top of the 5th inning. It's still Dorsis in the circle. Gets one on the bottom half of the plate, evens that count up at 1. Dorsis to this point, 6 strikeouts. That one chopped towards Caldwell at second. Quick throw on to first. Tully a good stretch, and Irving retired. She doesn't like the call. She thinks she beat it out, but something we've seen all year. Sophie Tully making a good stretch on that first base bag to get the first out here in the top of the 5th inning.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
Luckadoo stepping to the plate. Takes that first pitch low from Dorsis. Third at bat this afternoon for the third baseman. Reached on a sacrifice bunt in the first inning. One was an error that allowed her to get to first base. Then in her second at bat was hit by a pitch. It hasn't been an afternoon with many hits. Randolph only the one that came in the second inning. It was Taryn Campbell, the designated player, who earned that one. Other than that, Kaylee Dorsis has been very competitive in the circle for the Hornets, except she's behind 3-0 here to Luckadoo. Automatic take there from number 9. Brings that count to 3-1. You have to imagine she has the green light now. Three-one pitch. Just catches the outside corner. A good pitch from Dorsis. Looked like it could go either way. Dorsis fighting back. Runs that count full. It's 3-2. Dorsis dots the inside corner once again. Luckadoo takes 3 straight pitches. They're 3 straight strikes, and Dorsis does well to fight back, get her 7th strikeout of the afternoon. And that's 2 quick outs here in the top of the 5th.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
Knuckles tries to lay down a bunt. Didn't catch anyone off guard. Lynchburg was ready, except it was hit foul behind home plate. Lynchburg leaving a relatively big hole right up the middle. This one popped up in the air towards Walter. Calling for it, makes the catch, ranging back near the outfield grass. For the third out here in the top of the 5th. Another quick inning for the Hornets. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg looking to fight back on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Tully to lead off here for the Hornets. Takes a pitch that catches the outside part of the plate, quickly behind 0-1. Tully just her second at-bat of the afternoon. This one hit hard down the left field line. Ranging over is Irving. That one is a fair ball. One hops the wall. Tully rounds first, heads to second. She's in there standing, and the Hornets once again back-to-back innings with an extra base hit. This one, however, a leadoff extra base hit, a runner in scoring position. Kaylee Hackett stepping to the plate. Believe we're going to see a pinch runner. Sophie Tully is going to come off, and I believe that's going to be Ruby Stewart stepping on.
Pinch runner for the Hornets is number 15, Ruby Stewart.
We've seen Stewart in quite a few situations. We're also going to see a pinch hitter.
Pinch hitting for the Hornets, number 27, Abby Lockhart.
Abby Lockhart stepping to the plate. She'll be hitting in place of Kaylee Hackett, who was playing out in center. Interesting there. Kaylee Hackett's taken some good at-bats. Obviously, maybe looking for just a little bit of a spark, someone new. Lockhart on the year. 7 at-bats. 2 hits. Looking to pick up her first RBI of the season. Takes that pitch low. It gets away from the catcher, Hawkins. And Stewart advances to third. One pitch. Line towards the second baseman. It'll be a tough flip for her, but she does. Flip it on to first to retire Lockhart, but Ruby Stewart comes home to score. Lynchburg scratches across their first run of the game, cuts that lead in half. It's 2-1.
Ruby Stewart.
We're going to see another change here. It's going to be Leah Caldwell stepping off, and I believe it is going to be Alex DiNardo stepping to the plate for the Hornets.
Pinch hitting for the Hornets, number 18, Alex DiNardo.
Only one out here in the bottom of the fifth. Lynchburg already plated one. It's DiNardo at the plate. On the year has appeared in 14 games, this being her 15th. This one hit high in the air out towards right center field. Ranging in is the center fielder. Makes a good catch on the run. Looked like the wind might have just held that ball up a little bit shorter than she thought it would have. And that's the second out here in the bottom of the fifth.
Batting for the Hornets, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
First pitch to Hudnall, misses off the outside edge. Hudnall on the day, 0 for 2. Grounded out to short her first time up. Flew out to Irving in left field her second time. Looking to do a little bit better here. Checks her swing on a pitch off the outside edge, 2-0. Have to imagine here, if you're Carly Hudnall, you'd love to get on base, especially with the power coming on deck behind you. Takes that pitch. Looked oddly similar to the last one. That one, however, gets in there for a strike. This one popped up in the air towards a shortstop in no man's land, but coming in is Irving. Makes a great catch on the run, traveled quite a ways across that left field grass for the third out in the bottom of the fifth, but the Hornets plate one, cut that lead in half. It's 2-1. We'll return here with the top of the sixth on LHSN.
Leading off the sixth for the Wildcats, number 8, Jenna McDermott.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The Hornets scratch one across in the bottom of the fifth. That lead now sits 2-1 in favor of the Wildcats, who plated those 2 runs in the top of the first inning. Since then, only 1 hit, not many base runners to be seen. Kaylee Dorsis has done a great job in the circle for the Hornets to shut down that offense. It's Jenna McDermott at the plate. McDermott reached on a walker first time up, struck out her second time. Part of that string of strikeouts that Dorsis put together. Struck out 5 of the 6 she faced between the third and the fourth inning, including 3 straight strikeouts to strike out the side in the fourth. Would be looking to do something similar here in the sixth. 2-1 pitch to McDermott. Grounded back over the head of Dorsis. Coming in is Walter. Can't make the play. It gets through towards center field. It would have been a tough play to make either way. It was right in between the shortstop Addison Walter and the second baseman Leah Caldwell. One's going to be ruled as a base hit. I'm not sure there's many people who are running from where Walter stands now. It's short to second base and throwing out McDermott. Stark swings and misses. First pitch. Stark, someone who has had some success against the Hornets on the basketball court, shows bunt. Stark, first team All-ODAC for women's basketball. Averaged 12 points on the year for the Wildcats. In the 2 appearances against the Hornets, had 7 in Turner Gymnasium just up the hill, had 12 in a Lynchburg win across the hill city at Randolph. But Stark, one of the faces that you learn well if you know ODAC women's basketball. Looking to create that same buzz here on the softball field as well. 1-2 pitch from Dorsis. Good fight from Stark. 1-2 pitch once more. Just misses up and away. Good fight here from Kylie Stark in the batter's box. Count sits even at 2. McDermott at first has the pace. 2-2. Ahead of that is Stark. Lines that pitch into the netting. It's hit well, just turned on a little bit. Count stays even at 2. Good at bat here on either side. Two-two pitch just misses off the outside edge. Count runs full once again. This is Stark's 10th start of the year. The payoff pitch from Dorsis is fouled off of Stark. Walks that one off. Here on Moonfield this year, we've seen that quite a few times, but we've also seen a couple players be retired by laying down a bunt and having that ball hit them in fair territory. Resulted in a couple of odd outs for the Hornets. Both these teams have quite a bit of pace. Payoff pitch once again from Dorsis, another one that Stark is early on. It's hit well just down the left field line, foul. This being the 9th pitch of this at-bat. This being the 10th. Dorsis seems to have gotten that one across, but the home plate umpire thought otherwise. Kaylee Dorsis is going to call for a bit of a meeting in the circle. So we are going to see a pinch hitter for the Wildcats.
Pinch hitting for the Wildcats, number 20, Brooke Rolicutt.
It would have been Alexa Tritola at the plate. However, Brooke Rolicutt stepping up into the batter's box for the Wildcats. No outs here, putting some pressure on that sophomore pitcher, Kaylee Dorsis, in the circle. First pitch misses low. McDermott dances off the bag at second, showing that she has the pace if she wants to go to third. Would not be surprised to see her do so. Stark also has the pace standing on first. A double steal may be in order. 1-0 pitch. Fouled back into the netting from Rolicutt, 1-1. If you're Randolph, you have to be considering finding a way to scratch off just one more run. Maybe get you a little bit of insurance as you head into the bottom of the 6th and 7th innings. 1-1 from Dorsis, popped up, back over the netting and out of play. One-two pitch, fouled back into the netting once again. This series, or the Hill City rivalry, has been a series relatively dominated by the Hornets. The last 10 matchups have led to 7 Lynchburg wins to just 3 for the Wildcats. Rolicutt does well to lay off a pitch up in the zone. Count evens at 2. Overall, series sits at 41-8 in favor of the home side this afternoon. Longest win streak there for the Wildcats is 2 games. That one lined over the head of Cundiff, down for a base hit. It's Dooley fielding it in left field. And going station to station are the Wildcats. Its bases loaded here. No outs in the top of the 6th, threatening once again.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 13, Lexi Hawkins.
Lexi Hawkins stepping up to the plate for the Wildcats. We are going to take a little bit of a break. The Heat maybe getting to Jenna McDermott over there on third base, taking a knee, getting a wet towel. We do hope that she's okay. Supplying water for her. But to this point, the Wildcats have done a very good job of just forcing Dorsis to make pitches going late in at-bats. Those 7 strikeouts for the sophomore. Been one of the higher counts on the season, but Randolph surging here in the top of the 6th, looking to pick up some of those insurance runs that we mentioned previously. Mound meeting here between head coach Don Simmons and the rest of the infield for the Hornets. Will still be Lexi Hawkins at the plate.
Randolph, number 13, Lexi Hawkins.
Catcher this afternoon. Lined out to Cundiff to end the first. Struck out swinging in the 4th. Takes a pitch up from Dorsis. Gets ahead 1-0. If you're Lynchburg, you have to be almost okay with giving up a single run if it means you can get one of those lead runners. Dorsis dots the inside corner. But when you have someone in the circle who has the ability to strike out people at the rate that Kaylee Dorsis does, you have to be hopeful that she could throw up 3 more. This one in the air, down the left field line, out of play, foul. Was a little bit of action in both bullpens. Someone warming up for the Wildcats in the last half inning, and I believe Logan Curtis was warming up for the Hornets. Be interesting to see if they go to her. Dorsis misses high with the 1-2, evens that count up at 2. Two-two pitch. Grounded foul towards the home dugout. A good fight here from Lexi Hawkins. Hawkins only 6 RBIs on the year, batting .214. 2-2 pitch. Once again, an inside pitch fouled down the left field line. Randolph has been just a little bit off on their timing on those pitches, pulling most of them into the netting down that left field line. Wind getting a little bit heavier, blowing in from center field still. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Dots the outside corner. Gets her looking. Dorsis picks up her 8th strikeout. Lynchburg maybe now trying to find a way out of this inning. Double play would get him out of it.
Dorsis.
It'll be Taryn Campbell, the designated player.
Number 14, Taryn Campbell.
Campbell fouls one back into the umpire. Take a little bit of a break. Hudnall will step out and have a conversation with Kaylee Dorsis. Make good use of that time. Dorsis has had complete command of all of her pitches this afternoon, coming in relief in the first inning. It was Charlton who got the start, but after letting in 2 runs in the top half of the first, Dorsis getting the nod here in game 1 of this doubleheader. Would not be surprised, however, to see Charlton maybe make an appearance late in game 2. Off-speed pitch there from Dorsis. Just misses, 1-1. 1-1 pitch from the sophomore. Fouled back into the netting, a good pitch. Taryn Campbell now behind 1-2. One-two pitch misses up and away. Dorsis has had a couple of similar approaches to these batters, trying to get them in chase on those 1-2 pitches, going up and away from both left and right-handed batters. 2-2, blooped over the head of Walter. It drops for a base hit in front of Dooley. 1 run comes home to score. Wildcats go station to station, scratch one across. It's 3-1 here, only 1 out. The top of the 6th inning.
Randolph run scored by number 8, Jenna McDermott.
So we'll see another pinch hitter here. Believe it's going to be Charlize Taylor making an appearance in place of Rayleigh Oatkin. We're also going to see a pinch runner.
Number 24, Charlize Taylor.
I believe Taryn Campbell, the designated player, is going to be pinch ran for. It's Kieran Ryder standing on that first base bag. Hudnall steps out as a conversation with Kaylee Dorsis.
Kieran Ryder.
It's an inning that has slowly creeped along, but at every turn, Randolph has been in control. Just erases that run that Lynchburg scratched across in the bottom of the 5th. That lead still sits back up at 2. Only 1 out here. To Kieran, sorry, not to Kieran Ryder, to Charlize Taylor. Good pitch from Dorsis. Evens that count up at 1. One pitch misses up. If you're Dorsis, you have to be imagining there's some way to get out of this inning with this batter. A double play would go a long way. Lynchburg hasn't turned an incredible amount of those this season. It's always tough, especially with the pace that a lot of these teams have. 2-2 pitch from Dorsis. Popped out a play foul. 2-2 pitch once more. Another one fouled back into the netting. Randolph on a longer winning streak before losing to Bridgewater on Saturday, splitting that series. This one hit high in the air. Coming in is Tully behind plate, but Carly Hudnall makes a great catch, not knowing where the ball was. It was one of those ones that you think was going to get popped over the netting, and it just hung up in the air behind home plate. Hudnall ranged back, just stuck her glove out, and it ended up finding the sure hands of the catcher.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 7, Dominique Irving.
But that leadoff batter, Dominique Irving, stepping to the plate, takes a first pitch ball on the inside corner. In that stretch of going 8-2. Wins coming for Randolph against Salem State, a few against Sweetbriar. A win against Salisbury, a sweep of EMU, and a split with Bridgewater. Those two lone losses coming to Salisbury and Bridgewater, one of the more powerful teams in the country. They lead the conference in home runs. Dorsis doing well in this inning to fight back out of a jam. 2-1 pitch to Irving, fouled back into the netting. A good pitch off the outside edge. Would have been one that was tough to put in play for anything decent for the Wildcats regardless, but either way, evens that count up at 2, and Dorsis just a strike away from getting out of this inning with only 1 run coming across. Here's that 2-2 pitch. Up and away, runs that count full. Nowhere to put Irving. If the next pitch ended up being a ball for Dorsis. This inning, a gray cloud over what has been a great performance from the sophomore. Here's the payoff pitch. Grounded right back to the pitching circle. She'll throw it on to Tully at first. But 1 run comes across, gives the Wildcats a little bit of insurance. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a change in the pitching circle for the Wildcats. Jenna St. John coming on in relief for Paige Scruggs, who had a relatively good outing for the Wildcats, just allowed that 1 run in the bottom of the 5th inning. Will also be a pinch hitter for the Hornets. It's going to be Olivia Herman stepping to the plate for the home side, looking to spark a comeback here in the bottom of the sixth.
Bottom of the sixth for the Hornets. A pinch hitter, number 13, Olivia Herman.
Herman coming in to pinch hit for the designated player, Sarah Watts. Take a look at Jenna St. John. 3.2 ERA, 4-2 on the season, has appeared in 12 games, started 5 of those. Has pitched just above 50 innings. Batting average against just a couple ticks below 300, so the opportunities will be there for the Hornets. A different arm action from Jenna St. John than we've seen from Paige Scruggs, coming a little bit from the outside. Two-0 swung on and missed from Herman. Final line for Scruggs, 5 innings pitched. Just 3 hits allowed, 1 run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Very good performance. Pitch just catches the outside edge. Call that could have gone both ways. Herman takes a look over at head coach Simmons down the third base line. Gives her a clap, count evens at 2. 2-2 pitch, an off-speed pitch up in the zone. One of those ones that is tough to wait on. It was a little bit different than what you've seen. And once again, another batter early, grounds one down the left field line. Two hit hard towards the shortstop. Makes a good throw onto first in time to retire Olivia Herman for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
It's Gracie Dooley stepping to the plate. Had that first extra base hit of the game for the Hornets. That one came with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. Have an opportunity to do the same thing here with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg looking for just 1 spark to climb their way back into this game. Cut that lead in half in the last half inning. That one grounded over the bag and through the legs of Kylie Stark. Took an odd bounce. Looks like it might have landed right on the bag. It hopped over the glove of the dual sport athlete and through her legs, and Dooley's on
Batting for the Hornets, number 4,
with a base hit.
Carly Condiff.
Gundiff takes a first pitch low. Dooley dances off the bag, maybe trying to get a throw from Hawkins behind the plate, but retreats back to her bag at first. One 0 to Cundiff. Off speed, misses up. Pitch misses low. Jenna St. John struggling a little bit for command in the circle. Carly Cundiff ahead in the count 3-0. Will be interesting to see if she gets the green light here or not. Irving playing relatively deep in left field. Pitch misses off the outside edge, and a 4-pitch walk from St. John. Gives the Hornets a runner in scoring position. Go-ahead run stands at the plate.
Number 26, Bree Hodges.
We might see a change here. Coach Don Simmons is going to step out. Imagine it's going to be a pinch runner, and that it is. It's going to be number 28, Skylar Sam, stepping out to replace Carly Cundiff.
Pinch runner on first for the Hornets, number 28, Skylar Sams.
Skylar Sams has appeared in a lot of these situations. Definitely has the pace. Any ball hit into a gap that gets maybe a soft bounce off the wall could allow her to get near that home plate play. Hawkins, little fake back pick there to Skylar Sams. Probably not a throw you'd want to make. Decides against it. 1-0, just catches the inside edge. Good response there from St. John, who had just thrown 5 straight balls. It's 1-1 here. Hodges misses high. Count moves to 2-1. Lynchburg get an opportunity where they can take quite a few pitches. That one ripped down the line foul. Hodges playing out in right field this afternoon. Lined out to the third baseman in the second. Singled in the fourth. She's 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Two-two pitch. Misses low. Count runs full. 3-2. Payoff pitch from St. John. Line towards the third baseman. A great catch. Throw back to first in time. And an incredible play from Luckadoo at third gets the Wildcats out of a jam. Chaos here on Moon Field. A ball that was ripped that looked like it could play to run for the Hornets turns into a double play. There is a little bit of argument. It looks like when Kylie Stark caught the ball on the first base bag, she was kneeling short of it. You'd assume at that point maybe a tag on Sams was applied. But you could also say maybe she was blocking that first base bag, keeping Sams from getting back to first base. Be interesting to see what these umpires decide. Dooley standing her ground at second. And Skylar Sams is going to be called safe back at first, so it'll just be a single out. That'll bring that Randolph defense back onto the field. You have to imagine that this argument is about where it came from. I think umpires are trying to say that it might not have been caught initially. From this angle, it looked like initially it might have just found the dirt in between the glove and the ground of Kylie Stark over at first. A tough play and a tough judgment call to make for the umpires, one that you'd normally see them just trust their initial call. But Lynchburg may be given a gift here in the bottom of the sixth. There's still a runner in scoring position. We will see a pinch hitter here. It's going to be Madison Barnes.
Number 16, Madison Barnes.
Madison Barnes pinch hitting here for the shortstop, Addison Walter. Probably the biggest at-bat of the game. First pitch from St. John catches the outside edge, 0-1. Barnes on the year batting .310, this being her 20th appearance, her 30th at-bat of the year. Only has 2 RBIs to her career. 0-1. Checks her swing on a pitch that misses up, 1-1. The Hill City rivalry always brings in a good heated debate between sides. This one hitting the air out towards center field. Ranging back is a center fielder, McDermott, just short of the warning track. Makes the catch. They grab the momentum. And the Randolph Wildcat crowds cheers as loud as they have all day. 3-1 still our lead. We'll head to the final inning here in game one. 3-1, our score on LHSN.
Lynchburg. Leading off the seventh for Randolph, number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's Lacey Luckadoo to lead off for the Wildcats after what was a hectic inning here on Moon Field in the bottom of the 6th. A controversial call over at first base ends with nothing going either way. That one just chopped foul. Luckadoo on the day reached on an error. She was hit and then struck out. Oh, 1 just misses up and in. Count evens at 1. One pitch lined over the head of Caldwell and out to the outfield. Hodges does well to keep that ball from getting to the wall. And a leadoff hit here in the top of the 7th inning.
Now batting for Randolph, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
Delaney Knuckles stepping up to the plate. Shortstop in game one of this doubleheader for the Wildcats. Once again, looking for another insurance run. Picked up one in the 6th. Knuckles lays down a bunt. Good field from Cundiff. There was no throw to first. Looked like she might have had Caldwell standing on the bag. Just the throw hesitated just a little bit. Two base runners here with no outs.
Number 8, Jenna McDermott.
It'll be Jenna McDermott making her way back up to the plate. She shows bunt, gets it down in fair ground. Fielding in his Hudnall, the throw to first. In time to retire McDermott. It was another close play. But a good sacrifice. Bunt advances 2 runners into scoring position. And once again for the 2nd straight inning,
Batting for the Wildcats,
the Wildcats threatening.
Kylie Stork.
Like we said, Randolph, one of those teams in the country that likes to lay down a lot of sacrifice bunts. That being their 34th on the year. Good enough for 2nd best in the country. Lynchburg in that category sits at 33rd. Haven't had many opportunities with leadoff base runners this afternoon, however. That one Lined hard down the line from Kylie Stark. Has been early on a lot of pitches from Kaylee Dorsis. Dorsis has done well to keep Stark off balance. One pitch. Misses up and in. Moves that count to 2-1. Grounded over towards Walter at short. The throw home to Hudnall. Not on target. The throw over to third now to Cundiff. Was not in time. Delaney Knuckles advances to third. A 1-run comes across. Luckadoo gives the Wildcats a now 3-run lead. It sits at 4-1. Another brief intermission. Meeting in the circle between the Lynchburg infielders. Runners on the corners here, 1 out. Randolph still threatening. You have to imagine 3 runs is not too much to really be afraid of if you're the Wildcats, but a couple more would go a long way to closing this game out. Back pick to third. A good read from Hudnall. Once again, Wildcats trying to force Hudnall into that throw to second for the back pick. Trying to put on that double steal, but instead Stark advances into scoring position with just 1 out. Tritola shows bunt. It goes foul. Trying for the squeeze play. It was a good bunt. Just take a couple odd bounces down the line and foul. Good job from Cundiff to let that one go. Would have been a tough play whether it stayed fair or not. Tritola walked in the first. Struck out looking in the third. She's behind 0-2 here in the 7th. She calls time. A bit of a awkward moment there. 0-2 pitch from Dorsis. Runs up just a little bit, 1-2. Randolph has done a good job laying off those pitches up in the zone. Had to have been in the scouting report. 1-2 pitch fouled off. Good job from Tritola to stay alive. That pitch was located in one of those spots that Dorsis has gotten many calls this afternoon. One-two pitch. Just off the outside edge. It was a good pitch from Dorsis, but once again, this Wildcat team showing off their knowledge of where the strike zone is. Battles back from an 0-2 count, evens it at 2. And there is that pitch on the inside corner for a called strike 3. Kaylee Dorsis gets her 9th strikeout on the afternoon.
Another strikeout for number 5, Kaylee Dorsis.
Has looked very good in relief, other than those 2 runs that have been given up. It's Lexi Hawkins stepping up to the plate, immediately pops up the first pitch she sees. Tully makes the catch by the first base bag, and Lynchburg, who trails by 3, is going to need to put on their rally caps as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's Sophie Tully coming to the plate, looking to lead the charge for the comeback here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Leading off the bottom of the 7th for the Hornets, number 25, Sophie Tully.
Talked about how important it was for Randolph to pick up a couple of insurance runs, even if it was just the only one. That 2-run lead, that was cut down to just 1 in the bottom of the 5th. Now sits at a 3-run deficit for the Hornets after conceding a run in both the top of the 6th and 7th innings. Tully checks her swing on a great off-speed pitch. Appeal to first says she went around, and Tully quickly behind 0-2 here. Tully grounded out her first time up, doubled her second. Pitch from St. John misses just outside. One-two pitch. Swung on and missed. A great off-speed pitch on the outside corner. Tully goes down swinging. And Kaylee Hackett stepping back up to the plate now for the Hornets.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 19, Haley Hackett.
First pitch to Hackett, misses outside. Last at bat came in the 3rd. She was pinch hit for by Abby Lockhart in the 5th. Takes that pitch on the outside edge for a called strike. One off speed, fouled right back into the netting. St. John, who came out with a little bit of struggle in her control, has figured it out and has really relied on those off-speed pitches to keep these Lynchburg batters off-balanced. Eventually, Lynchburg will adjust, but when you only see a pitcher for what could be 2 innings, it's tough to really get a full grasp of what St. John is bringing. 2-2 pitch. Misses inside. Hackett takes. Count runs full. Payoff pitch. Hit high in the air out towards left field. Ranging back towards it is Irving. Makes the catch for the second out of the inning. I believe we're going to see a pinch hitter here for Leah Caldwell. Lynchburg maybe looking for a little bit of power. It's going to be number 17, Alyssa Teliumtua, stepping up to the plate.
And hitting for the Hornets, number 17, Alyssa Teliumtua.
The last hope for the Hornets, 2 outs here. Takes that first pitch that gets to the backstop, 1-0. Taliumtua takes one right down the middle for a called strike 1, evens the count at 1. On the year, batting .294, has appeared in now 16 games. Pitch from St. John runs inside. Taliumtua does well to get out of the way. Two and one is the count. Swung on and missed. And Lynchburg down to their final strike in game 1 of this Hill City rivalry. 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. St. John gets another strikeout. And Randolph takes game one of the doubleheader, 4-1. Lynchburg found success in the bottom of the fifth, but Randolph finds those two insurance runs in the sixth and the seventh. Made that comeback just a little bit harder, but Kaylee Dorsis, a bright spot for the Hornets. 9 strikeouts in the circle in game one of this doubleheader. We'll be back in around 30 minutes with game two. Lynchburg will look to respond to Randolph's victory on LHSN. Welcome back to Moon Field. Game 2 getting ready to start. Dominique Irving back in that leadoff spot for the Randolph Wildcats, who took Game 1 4-1. We'll take a look at that batting order for Randolph, leading off Irving, followed by Lacey Luckadoo, then Delaney Knuckles. Jenna McDermott getting the start once again in center. Kylie Stark at first, batting 5th. Michaela Williams, who did not play in Game 1, getting the nod for catcher in Game 2. Taryn Campbell, the designated player, batting 7th. Alexa Tritola playing in right, batting 8th. And rounding out that batting order, batting 9th, Rayleigh Oatkin. And on the mound for the Hornets, it's Angela Sparandeo. Sparandeo on the year, a 2.35 ERA, record of 2-4, but has pitched better than that record shows. Earlier in the year, earned that National Pitcher of the Week honors for what she did in that upset of Salisbury. Randolph knows something about upsetting Salisbury.
Yeah, because like they were about to pitch. They jumped right into it.
That one grounded down the right field line, foul. What was a very hot day to start has turned into a bit of a cooler one with the clouds coming overhead. Wind blowing into this press box, maybe thinking it is a little bit cooler outside than it actually is. Would say sitting in this mobile press box behind home plate, it's got to be at least 10 degrees warmer than it actually is outside. Count runs full here. Good at bat from Dominique Irving. Had a good appearance in Game 1. Here's that payoff pitch from Sparandeo. Misses high and a leadoff walk. Oddly similar to what happened in Game 1 of this doubleheader when Dominique Irving earned the same thing.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
It's Lacey Luckadoo coming up to the plate. Playing third, batting second. That one lined over towards Caldwell at second. That one's going to get through for a base hit. Rounding second and heading to third is Irving. The throw's in time. The tag is applied. And Irving is somehow safe. Avoided the tag, got the backside of the third base bag. It was a great throw from Hodges in center. It was an even better tag from Cundiff. But to top all of that, it was an incredible slide to avoid that tag from Dominique Irving. And a dream start for the Wildcats.
Now batting for Randolph, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
Head coach Don Simmons is going to step out. Have a conversation with that home plate umpire, possibly about that call. Not sure, however. Always talk about wanting to have microphones on coaches and umpires. Not so much of a heated debate from Coach Simmons. Takes that short walk back to the home dugout. And the brief meeting in the circle is adjourned. Randolph threatening once again in the top of the first in Game 1 of this doubleheader. They plated 2 runs, which ended up being the difference in that game. Lynchburg only able to plate 1 in the entire game. Sparandeo looking to get out of it somehow. 1-0 pitch to Knuckles, misses outside. Two-0 fouled back. Two-one, lays down a bunt. It hits the batter in the mask, and she's going to be out. If you were listening in game one, I mentioned that happening quite a bit on this field. Don't know what it is. Maybe it's just a common occurrence everywhere, but that one bounces up, catches the mask of Delaney Knuckles, and an easy first out for Angela Sparandeo.
Jenna McDermott.
There's another bunt shown. Good play there from the pitcher Sparandeo to get the out at first. It was a great play also from Cundiff to get up and field that ball, basically shield Dominique Irving from being able to see where that ball was going to end up. That made Irving keep her spot over there at third base, not advancing to home. It was one of those bunts that came off the bat just a little bit harder than you would have expected it to. So 2 outs. Stark swings and misses at a first pitch.
INT, I think, is just a description. It's not actually saying what's happening. You have to give an out to the person closest. So 2 UA, INT or something, or IF. Go to help and see what it is.
Stark takes that pitch outside for ball 1. One pitch grounded over towards Walter at short. Good pick. Throw is high. That one gets into the netting. 1 run comes across, and now 2. It was a pretty routine ball over there to short to Walter.
2 runs scored on
Just
that
was
play for Randolph.
unable to
7,
make that throw to first, right when it looked like Lynchburg was going to get out of it. Randolph for the second game in a row, plates 2 in the top of the first, and the danger's not over. Kylie Stark standing on first, 2 outs.
Now batting for Randolph, number 10, Michaela Williams.
That one chopped down the right field line, foul.
Is that an error? By who? Shortstop? No, I think it's an error.
Michaela Williams, the catcher, getting her first at-bat of the day, was unable to play in game 1. Behind 0-2, takes a pitch off the outside edge from Sparandeo. Battles back, makes that count 1-2. Randolph now matches their best all-time winning streak against the Hornets of 2 games. That one grounded in fair territory to Cundiff. The throw to Tully at first in time. A little bit of contact, but no harm, no foul. Michaela Williams retired on that play, but 2 runs come across on an error from the Hornets. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Lynchburg looking to respond once again here on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's Lexi Powell leading off for the Hornets. We'll take a look at this batting order for Lynchburg. It's Lexi Powell leading off, obviously playing in right field. Gracie Dooley getting the start once again, playing in left. Bree Hodges playing out in center field, getting her second consecutive start, batting third. Carly Cundiff playing third base, batting fourth. Powell shows bunt, takes inside, ball one. Tully over there at first once again. Madison Barnes getting the start as the designated player. Addison Walter over at short. Olivia Herman gets the start behind the plate. And Leah Caldwell once again gets that start at second base. Powell takes up 2-0. Powell did not appear in game one. Shows bunt, gets it down right back to the pitcher, Walsh. She'll throw it low to first. And Lexi Powell uses her pace to get on base, beats that one out. Go down as a base hit.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Gracie Dooley now stepping up to the plate, moving up one spot in the order. Game one batted in that 8 spot behind Sarah Watts. Sarah Watts not in the lineup in game two. One 0 pitch to Dooley. Misses off the outside edge. Alicia Walsh getting the start for Randolph in the circle. 3-0 count to Dooley. Walsh on the year. Team best 2.86 ERA. She's 5-4 on the year. Appeared 14 times. This being her 15th and this being her 7th start on the year. Dooley takes one down the middle for a strike. Of the 6 games that Walsh has started this year, she's pitched all 7 innings in 4 of them. Dooley pops one over the head of the third baseman. That one's down and a fair ball. Powell rounds second, stays there. That ball might have landed right on the line. The throw to third, however, Lexi Powell gets under the tag. It was a hesitation from Powell standing on second base. Head coach Dawn Simmons playing that third base coach, waves her to third, and a great slide. Another great slide at third base that we've seen in this first inning. Puts runners on the corners with no outs. Lynchburg already threatening as well.
Bree Hodges.
That ball just had eyes to be a base hit. It was always a tough play no matter whether it was Irving coming in or Luckadoo ranging back into the outfield. Not many people who were going to make that play, but we did see Irving make a couple of those running catches in game one of the doubleheader, so maybe a little bit of luck there, a little bit of hesitation off the bat. Hodges shows bunt. Dooley takes second. The throw was there, but good job to cut that one off. Kept that pace of Powell on third base. Now just like in the top half of this inning, 2 runners in scoring position with no outs. Walsh in trouble. Misses inside, gets behind 2-0. Mentioned earlier, Randolph now tied for their longest winning streak against the Hornets, ranging back to last season. Took game 2 of a doubleheader there. Took game 1 of the doubleheader earlier today, their longest streak being 2 games. Regardless, it's a long hill to climb for Randolph if they're going to want to break down that all-time record. It's 41-9 in favor of the Hornets. Hodges takes that pitch off the bottom edge. Would have been an automatic take, and that it was. 3-1 pitch to Hodges. Inside, ball 4. Walsh walks the bases loaded. Carly Cundiff Team leader in batting average steps to the plate to pick up, to have an opportunity to pick up yet another RBI. And we'll see a brief mound meeting here between coaches and players in that circle. First time all day that we've seen any of these Randolph players really get rattled. Walsh coming out, immediately giving up that bunt single.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 4, Carly Cundiff.
And so it'll be Carly Cundiff. High leverage situation. Takes a first pitch just on the inside corner. 0-1. Game 1, Cundiff went 0 for 2, reached base on a walk. Would do just as well here. That one lined towards the third baseman, trying to tag the third base bag was Luckadoo over there. Powell did well to get back in time. It's what you're taught when a ball's hit hard, especially in the infield like that, to get back to the bag before you advance to the next opportunity.
Number 25, Sophie Tully.
And a good catch from Powell to head back to the bag. Opportunity still stands. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Tully lines one towards the second baseman. That one's through for a base hit. It'll get all the way to the wall. Powell comes home to score. So does Dooley. Hodges gets waved home as well. The throw is in time, but Williams can't corral the throw. The Hornets grab the lead. It's 3-2 in the bottom of the first.
That's 3 runs scored for the Hornets.
Sophie Tully had a double in game 1, and now she has a double and 3 RBIs in game 2 of this doubleheader. Freshman Madison Barnes stepping up to the plate as the designated player this afternoon in a completely different situation than what the Hornets saw in game 1. Always a positive sign as well for Sperandeo. Gives up those 2 early runs. Now she's going to be stepping back out on the field with at least a 1-run lead. But as we saw in game 1, it took a little while for pitches to really find their location. And then after that, the starters or relievers in case of Lynchburg settled in and pounded the strike zone from there on out. Two 2-1 to Barnes, off speed, catches the top edge of the strike zone, evens that count up at 2. That one hit in the air out towards left center field. It's Irving calling for it, makes the catch. So stepping to the plate will be Addison Walter here. Runner in scoring position and RBI opportunity.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 3, Addison Walter.
Walter in game 1 batted in that 6th spot. Game 2, she's batting in the 7th. Still playing over there at shortstop. 1-0 pitch to Walter. Takes a good pitch, working away from the batter. Evens the count up at 1 apiece. 1-1 was a good pitch just off the inside edge. The traveling Randolph fans don't like the call, but at the end of the day, it is under the discretion of that home plate umpire. 2-1 is the count. This one hit high in the air out towards left center field. Calling for it is McDermott. Make the catch and put an end to the inning in which the Hornets score 3 runs, retake that lead. It's a 3-2 lead for the Hornets. We'll head to the top of the second inning. Sperandeo looking to find her feet on LHSN.
Randolph 2. Leading off the second for Randolph, number 14, Taryn Campbell.
Taryn Campbell stepping to the plate for the away side. Campbell also that designated player, batting in the 7th spot. Randolph brought 6 to the plate in the top of the first inning and plated 2 runs on an error. The Hornets one up them. Bring 7 to the plate in the bottom half of the same inning. Plate 3 runs. And Lynchburg buzzing a little bit different than what they did in game 1. It was a 3 RBI double from Sophie Tully that brought in all 3 of those Hornet runs. Sperandeo misses low, looking for the chase on the 0-2 pitch. With the close proximity of these two sides, there's a ball lined towards Tully. Takes it on a bounce, steps on the bag herself for the first out here in the top of the second. But with the close proximities of these two schools, lots of students from either side able to make their way over to Lynchburg's campus. So Alexa Tritola steps to the plate. Great off-speed pitch, catches bottom half of the zone. 0-1 pitch from Sperandeo. On the outside edge. Once again, traveling Randolph fans don't like the call. You could call the strike zone from the home plate umpires today anything, but you can't call it inconsistent. It's been called even both ways. That one popped up in the air over towards Cundiff. A great running catch. Gets the second out here in the top of the second inning. Lynchburg's defense looks to be picking it up just a little bit. A couple of great offensive plays.
Now batting for Randolph, number 5, Rayleigh Oatkin.
And it's Rayleigh Oatkin stepping up to the plate for the Wildcats. She'll take a first pitch strike. Oatkin playing second base, batting in that 9th spot. Fouls a second pitch back. She falls behind 0-2. In game 1, Oatkin struck out twice and then was pinch hit for. This one hit hard in the air towards that gap in left center field. That one's down for a base hit, gets all the way to the wall. Oatkin rounds first, heads to second, and she's in there standing with a 2-out double. With the top of the order coming to the plate It's Dominique Irving stepping up with an RBI opportunity for the Wildcats.
Now batting for Randolph, number 7, Dominique Irving.
Talk about Irving all the time in game 1 of this doubleheader. Second in batting average in the conference at .440. Also second in runs scored. She scored 22 times prior to this doubleheader. She's also first in the conference in total hits and third in triples. Tough category to be leading in. Carly Cundiff over there at third, just getting a quick checkup from athletic trainer. Everything seems to be in order. Maybe just a bite of the lip or something. A drink of water seems to have fixed all trouble for Cundiff. Irving takes inside, catches that inside corner of the plate, 0-1. This one hit high in the air down the right field line, but hooking over towards that foul pole is that ball, but making the catch is Lexi Powell in right field. A great running catch, running out of room on the warning track down the right field line. That's the third out in the top of the second. We'll head to the bottom of the second inning. 3-2 is the score on LHSN.
Leading off the bottom of the second for the Hornets, number 13, Olivia Herman.
Welcome back to Moon Field. Olivia Herman, the leadoff batter for the Hornets, takes the first pitch she sees out towards center field. Coming in is the center fielder McDermott. Makes that catch on the run. Initially ranged back towards the warning track, thinking it might go a little deeper than it did.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 29, Leah Caldwell.
We've seen a lot of balls just get hung up out there. Finished a little shorter than you think. The wind, although it's gently blowing in from center, it hurts. Caldwell lays down a bunt, tries to get the first in time, but it was a great throw from Kylie Stark for a quick 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. It'll be Lexi Powell to lead off. Or sorry, to bat with 2 outs.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 10, Lexi Powell.
Powell ahead 1-0. Takes pitch up and away. Moves that count to 2-0. Two-0 pitch misses up. Walsh shakes her head, maybe a little disappointed with herself on that pitch, but it was one of those ones that Lynchburg has chased this afternoon. Here's the 3-0 pitch to Powell, an automatic take. Was close to the same spot. Powell thought it was a ball, but instead it's strike 1. 3-1 pitch misses in the dirt. Lexi Powell aboard once more. First time with a single, second time here in the second inning. He's going to reach with a walk.
Next at bat for the Hornets, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
It'll be Gracie Dooley. Stepping up to the plate, singled her first time up, just blooped one over the head of Luckadoo. This one hammered deep right center field. Going back is McDermott, looking up and hit the top of the wall. McDermott hits the ground. Coming home to score is Powell. Dooley turns, heads to third. The throw, not in time. She can't make the play. It's a triple with an RBI. Dooley had eyes for a triple the entire way. That ball was about 6 inches from getting out of here.
Runner is number 10, Lexi Powell.
Gracie Dooley turns on that pitch. It hit that top railing out in right center field.
Number 26, Bree Hodges.
A mere inches from getting out of here, being a 2-run shot. Instead, it's a RBI extra base hit, and the Hornets extend that lead up to 4-2. 1-0 taken from Hodges. Evens that count up at 1. Hodges ahead here, 2-1. That pitch grounded over towards Luckadoo at third. She'll field it, throw it on to Stark at first, in time to retire Hodges, but 1 run comes across courtesy of an extra base hit from Gracie Dooley. It's a 4-2 lead for the Hornets. We'll head to the top of the third on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's Lacey Luckadoo leading off for the Wildcats. They now trail 4-2. Luckadoo takes that first pitch. For a strike, it's 0-1. Around Lynchburg's campus, a couple of different games going on today. Lynchburg baseball traveling up to Ashland to take on Randolph-Macon. They trail in that game in the top of the 8th. 4-2 is the score there. Obviously, softball dropped game 1. Women's lacrosse taking on Randolph later on today. That ball grounded to Walter. Throw on to Tully at first, in time to retire Luckadoo for the first out here in the top of the 3rd inning.
Next up for Randolph, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
Delaney Knuckles, the next batter, batting in that 3-hole, playing short. Takes a first pitch outside. Pitch just misses off the outside edge. Two 0 from Sparandeo. Dots the outside corner, 2-1. That one grounded towards Cundiff. A good jumping play, but it falls out of her glove. Goes into foul ground, and be a base runner here with one out. Would have been a tough play. Would have been a tough throw to make.
Number 8, Jenna McDermott.
Believe that one's going to be scored as a base hit. Not a play you would normally see be made, especially with that 3-hole hitter, Knuckles, running down the first base line. This one hit high in the air over towards Caldwell, ranging back near the outfield grass, makes the catch. For out number 2 here in the top of the third.
Now batting for Randolph, number 12, Kylie Stark.
It's Kylie Stark stepping up to the plate now. First pitch to her in the dirt. Stark swings and misses at a pitch that was off the outside edge, and Herman wanted to get that back pick at first. It got away from Tully, and Powell was ready for it in right field, however. And sliding back to the bag was Knuckles, so not much time for her to get up and pop over to second base. 1-1 from Sparandeo. Good off-speed pitch on the outside edge, 1-2. One-two pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Herman picks it up, throws it on to first in time to retire Stark. And a quick inning for the Hornets will bring their hot bats back up to the plate here when we return in the bottom of the third inning on LHSN.
Leading off the bottom of the third for the Hornets, number 4, Carly Cundiff.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a 4-2 lead for the Hornets. As we head to the bottom of the third inning, it's Carly Cundiff to lead off. First time up, lined out. This one flown down the left field line in foul ground. No one can get there. Take a look around the conference this afternoon in softball. Averett took down Ferrum 1-0. Randolph Macon and Virginia Wesleyan right now. Randolph Macon up 3-0. They're in the top of the 7th inning. Eastern Mennonite was able to pull out a 4-1 victory over Shenandoah. Here's another ball hit nearly in the same spot. Foul as well, 0-2 is the count. Guilford and Roanoke right now. Guilford on top 4-0. And Bridgewater It took Christopher Newport down to the last couple outs. That one ripped down the left field line, foul. I'd hate to be a car parked over in that parking lot. That ball one hop the road. But Bridgewater took CNU down to the last final innings of that game. CNU able to get an insurance run towards the end, win that game 4-2. But that's a Bridgewater team that, on paper and on the field, is a very dangerous side. Has the power at the plate, leads the conference in home runs by quite a bit. Here's the 1-2 to Cundiff. Off-speed line down the left field line. She's just been early, but you can't imagine you'd have two softballs hit much better than the one she just did. Still behind in the count. 1-2 is Carly Cundiff. Just that pitch home. Pitch up in the zone, swung on and missed there from Cundiff. First strikeout of the afternoon for Alicia Walsh.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 25, Sophie Tully.
And it's Sophie Tully coming to the plate for Lynchburg. Had that double. This one grounded over towards Luckadoo. She'll throw it to Stark at first in time to retire Lynchburg's first baseman. Two quick outs here in the bottom of the third inning. Oddly reminiscent of the bottom of the second.
Lynchburg, number 16, Madison Barnes.
Looked like Walsh was going to get out of the bottom of the second unscathed. But a walk and a triple allowed Lynchburg to extend their lead in that half inning. Barnes looking to do something similar for the Hornets. One 1-0 to Barnes, popped up in the air over towards Luckadoo. She calls for it, makes the grab for a 1-2-3 inning here in the bottom of the third. Walsh finding her feet in the circle for the Wildcats. We'll head to the top of the fourth here on LHSN.
The fourth for Randolph, number 10, Michaela Williams.
Welcome back on LHSN. It's a 4-2 lead for the Hornets as we head into the top of the fourth inning. Michaela Williams, the batter for the Wildcats. Grounded out towards Cundiff in her first plate appearance. That ended that rally in the first. This one chopped past Cundiff to Walter. Good pick on a bad hop. And another bad throw from the left side of the infield. It was one that would have been tough to beat out that batter regardless, but
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 14, Taryn Campbell.
believe that one's going to go down as the second error this afternoon for Walter. If it was an accurate throw, you can imagine she was out over at first base. This one ripped down the right field line, but foul. Designated player Taryn Campbell gives fans a little smile after turning on that pitch, steps back in the box. This one hit hard the other way, ranging over his dually in fair ground, makes the catch for the first out here in the top of the fourth inning.
22, Alexa Chitola.
Alexa Tritola, the batter now, the right fielder for the Wildcats.
I have to go to the office. So, stay diligent. Call me if there's an emergency.
That one once again gets by Caldwell, covering the bag at first. Powler to back up that back pick from Herman. Tritola behind 0-1. It's Sparandeo with a good off-speed pitch. Gets ahead in the count 0-2. One fouled back into the netting. Just barely off the end of Tritola's bat. Does well to stay alive in this at-bat for the time being. The 0-2 pitch. Off speed, rises up just a little bit too much. 1-2 is the count. One, two, grounded over towards Caldwell at second. The flip to Walter and the throw to first, not in time, but they do get that fielder's choice over at second base. It was a smart play from Caldwell to get the lead runner, knowing that although Tritola was running to first, maybe with the opportunity of a double play, just calmly toss it to Walter covering the bag at second. That'll bring up Rayleigh Oatkin. First time up, doubled. Another double here could go a long way in bringing the Wildcats back into this game. 2 runs, not one of those deficits that you should be too worried about, especially with all this softball left to play this afternoon, but you'd rather do it early than late. Herman, another back pick. Tritola getting back to the bag before Tully could lay the tag down. Randolph showing they're maybe not afraid to test the arm of Herman. 2-0 from Sparandeo. Called strike one. Two one pitch hit hard out towards center field. Coming in is Hodges. That one drops, however. Throw to second, not in time. It was almost a force play at the second base bag for Tritola. Caldwell was there to cover, but Tritola beat that one out, and now it's 2 runners on, 2 outs in the top of the order. Coming back up to the plate for Randolph, it'll be Dominique Irving. Herman steps out, has a conversation with that Lynchburg infield. Dominique Irving stepping to the plate now for the Wildcats. 2 outs here. She takes that pitch just on the outside edge. 0-1 is the count. Oh, 1 good off-speed pitch from Sparandeo. Irving laid off it now quickly. Lead-off batter. The top of the order behind 0-2. This one chopped down the left field line, foul. 0-2 once more. This one hit right over the head of Sperandeo. That one drops for a base hit. Walter did well to pick that ball up and make sure that Alexa Tritola wasn't trying to find her way home. Leah Caldwell laid out over that second base bag. Couldn't get there to make the catch, however. And now it's Lacey Luckadoo.
Number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
Luckadoo 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Singled in the first. And it's head coach Don Simmons coming out to have a conversation with Sperandeo. Randolph, one of those teams you don't want to give too many opportunities to score runs. And when it rains, it pours for the Wildcats. Team that's third in the conference in total runs scored this year, 40th in the country. It's a powerful lineup up and down for the visitors.
Number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
Luckadoo stepping up to the plate, batting .262 on the year. 9 RBIs, takes first pitch down the middle from Sperandeo, 0-1. That one in the dirt, a good stop from Herman to keep that ball where it is. Luckadoo at the plate, making her 17th start on the season. Has appeared in 19 games now, including the 2 in this doubleheader. This one popped in the air down the right field line. It's a long run for Powell. Can't make the catch in foul ground. It's a long foul ball, and once again, Sperandeo just a strike away from getting out of this jam. Its bases loaded with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. That wind still keeping most balls from flying a little bit further than what you would expect, that wind blowing in from center. 1-2 pitch from Sperandeo in the dirt. Good block from Herman. Everyone stays where they are. Two-two pitch. Swung on, grounded foul past the third baseline. Good fight from Luckadoo. Evens that count back up. And now staying alive, fouling off all the pitches that are on the corners of the strike zone, waiting for the one that Sperandeo doesn't want to hang. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Sperandeo gets out of a jam for the third out here in the top of the 4th. It's a strikeout from Sperandeo. Her second on the afternoon. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning here when we return on LHSN.
Leading off the bottom of the 4th for the Hornets, number 3, Addison Walter.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The Hornets still on top 4-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's Addison Walter stepping to the plate. Sparandeo in the circle for the Hornets, just got out of a jam. Walsh, on the other hand, just had her first clean inning in the bottom of the third inning. Looking to expand on that. She's behind 1-0 here to Walter. Takes that pitch on the outside edge, 1-1. One pitch misses well up. Release just a little bit off there from Walsh. Addison Walter shows bunt, pulls back out of it, hits one high in the air down the left field line and foul ground. No one's going to get there. Count evens up at 2. Seen a lot of these Lynchburg hitters be able to pull those balls down the line. 2-2 pitch to Walter. Popped up in the air towards that away dugout. Out of play. Two still the count. That one fouled back into the netting behind home plate. Walter, a good fight to stay alive. Two pitch from Walsh. Ripped off the fencing in front of that home dugout and took a hard bounce. Narrowly missing head coach Don Simmons. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Runs up high, runs that count full. It's 3-2. Walsh gets her sign. 3-2 pitch home. Hit hard off that dugout fence once more. Payoff pitch from Walsh. Hit hard towards Irving in left field. Reaches up and makes a great jumping catch. It was a great at-bat and a ball hit hard towards the left fielder, but Irving just makes a better catch than the ball was hit. That'll be the first out here in the bottom of the fourth. Olivia Herman stepping to the plate for the Hornets. That one hit down the third baseline, foul. The 0-1 pitch to Herman. Laid off a pitch inside and low. There is someone warming over there in that away bullpen. Windscreen somewhat blocks it, but if I had to guess, that's probably Emily Morris, number 6. Herman lines one over the head just in front of Irving. That one down for a base hit and a 1-out single. Gives the Hornets yet another base runner here.
Batting for the Hornets, number 29, Leah Caldwell.
It'll be Leah Caldwell stepping up to the plate here with 1 out. Caldwell shows bunt, pulls it back, lays it down. That one goes foul, and a great catch there by the umpire as the ball bounces right into his hands. have to imagine Caldwell's comfortable laying down that bunt. No hesitation in that. Lays down one more. This one fair. It's a good bunt to Stark. Good throw over to Oatkin covering the bag. Retires Caldwell, but advances Herman over to second base into scoring position with Lexi Powell stepping up to the plate.
Number 10, Lexi Powell.
Powell on the day. 1 for 1. Singled in the first, walked in the second. That one fouled back into the netting behind 0-1. One pitch hit high in the air over towards Oatkin in the second base dirt. Makes the catch for the third out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. No runs come across, but a single from Olivia Herman gave Lynchburg a little bit of momentum. We'll head to the top of the fifth. Lynchburg still leads 4-2.
skipping some classes Monday because I'm going to the NASCAR race on Sunday.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a 4-2 lead for the Hornets.
Leading off the fifth for Randolph, number 11, Delaney Knuckles.
It'll be Delaney Knuckles leading off here for the Wildcats. That one line down the third base line. Sparandeo still in the circle for the Hornets. He's given up 5 hits to this point, only those 2 runs. That one hits softly towards Tully at first. Picks it up, flips it to Caldwell, but the sliding Knuckles is out at first base. It was a great hustle play from Tully and an even better one from Caldwell to cover that bag. It was a ball that just buried itself in that freshly watered dirt
For Randolph, number 8, Jenna McDermott.
in between the home plate and first base bag. Sparandeo wanted to come cover it at first, but it was Tully who got there second. Jenna McDermott at the plate. 1-0. Lays off, called strike 1. McDermott on the year, batting .313. That one grounded right back towards Sparandeo. A good flip onto first. An underhand toss, something she's used to at pitcher, works out in her favor. That's 2 quick outs here in the top of the 5th inning.
Number 12, Kylie Stark.
And Kylie Stark will make yet another appearance at the plate for the Wildcats. Reached on an error in the first inning. That led to those 2 runs coming across. That one hit fair, stays fair once again. Tully applies the tag to Stark. And that's 3 quick outs here in the top of the 5th inning, all due to that dirt over there in the right field, or down the first base line. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's 4-2 on LHSN.
Lynchburg, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
46 or 22.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. There was a defensive substitution for Randolph. It's going to be number 46. Kieran Ryder heading out to right field in replacement of Alexa Tretola, taking her place in that 8 spot in the batting order. But it's Gracie Dooley at the plate. She's ahead 1-0. Walsh still in the circle for the Wildcats here for the time being. That one grounded over towards short. Diving, can't make the play. Is Knuckles, and that's going to be a leadoff single for Gracie Dooley.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 26, Bree Hodges.
It'll be Bree Hodges stepping up to the plate. Reached on a walker first time up, grounded out to third. This one popped over the head of the shortstop. That one's down for a base hit as well. Dooley into second safely. So 2 hits, back-to-back hits to start the inning. Might see a bit of a change here. And that's exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be Emily Morris coming on in replacement of Alicia Walsh. We'll give Morris time to warm up, and when we return, we'll see how she fares in the bottom, the 5th inning on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 27, Abby Lockhart.
Abby Lockhart coming on as a pinch hitter for Carly Cundiff in that 4 spot. Saw Lockhart in the same situation in game 1 of this doubleheader. Oh, 1 taken inside, 1-1. One pitch misses up and away. Emily Morris, the pitcher in the circle right now for the Wildcats, comes into this game with a 3.95 ERA. Lockhart fouls one back over the head of the fans here at Moonfield. Morris, this being her 13th appearance, has made 7 starts. She's also pitched in 39 innings this year. Interesting enough, 39 innings pitched. She struck out 32 different batters. But she also has a tendency to do just that right there. leads the team in walks as well. That's going to be her 25th walk on the year, and the bases are now loaded with no outs. And we'll see a pinch runner. It's going to be Georgia Thompson coming on for Abby Lockhart.
Pinch runner for the Hornets will be number 14, Georgia Thompson.
Thompson's seen a lot of play in that area.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 25, Sophie Tully.
And oddly similar to what we had in the first inning of this game, Sophie Tully comes up to the plate with the bases loaded. Not many opportunities you get with the bases loaded, especially with two. And that one was ripped hard down the left field line, but out of play foul. Tully on the year, batting .259. Has one home run. This one ripped towards Irving in left field. Ranging back, that one is a great reaching catch. The throw home, not in time. Gracie Dooley is going to score, extend that lead up to 5-2.
One scored by Lynchburg. Runner is number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Good job there from Tully to get at least one across. As we seem to be having another change here. Head coach Don Simmons stepping out, having a conversation with that home plate umpire. It's Barnes due on deck, but instead it's going to be Sarah Watts stepping to the plate.
And hitting for the Hornets, number 7, Sarah Watts.
Sarah Watts leads the team in home runs. Head coach Don Simmons looking for some pop. This one flown over the head of the third baseman and a foot foul down the left field line. Would have been good enough to score Hodges had it stayed fair. And not hit as well as Watts would have wanted it. Oh, 1 pitch. Up and away from Morris. One. Just catches the bottom half of the zone. Brings that count to 1-2. Still only one out here in the bottom of the 5th. One run's already come across. Walter up on deck. Here's Watts grounding one towards third. She steps on the bag there. The throw the first in time. A great double play courtesy of Luckadoo at third. Another heads-up play from her this afternoon. They get out of a bit of a jam, but one run comes across, and Lynchburg extends that lead. It's 5-2. Lynchburg on top on LHSN.
Leading off the 6th for Randolph, number 10, Michaela Williams.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Michaela Williams, the lead-off batter. In the top of the 6th inning, this game moving along quite quick. Sperandeo misses high with the first pitch. 1-0 catches the outside corner, 1-1. Sperandeo to this point after that opening inning where she gave up those 2 runs. She's given up 5 hits. All around good day. This one flown out towards Powell in right field. Ranging over towards that foul line, makes the catch for the first out here in the top of the 6th.
Now batting for the Wildcats, number 14, Taryn Campbell.
Designated player Taryn Campbell stepping up to the plate now. Randolph down to only 5 more outs in this matchup. It's a 3-run lead for the Hornets. That one fouled over towards the away dugout. Lynchburg has looked a little bit more successful in game 2 of this doubleheader. Game 1, the pitching was there. The offense wasn't necessarily on the same page. This one blooped out towards left field. Dooley coming in. Makes the catch for the second out, and quickly there's 2 away.
Now batting for Randolph, number 46, Kieran Ryder.
Kieran Ryder. Stepping up to the plate. That one grounded over towards Cundiff. She'll pick it up, throws it on to first in time to retire Ryder, and Randolph quickly down to their final 3 outs of the afternoon. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Lynchburg looking to extend their lead. It's 5-2 on LHSN.
Bottom of the 6th. Off the bottom of the 6th for Lynchburg, number 3, Addison Walter.
Welcome back on LHSN. It's a 5-2 lead for the Hornets as we get towards crunch time in this game. Addison Walter stepping up to the plate for the Hornets. Morris takes a little bit of extra time taking her sign, throws home. Walter lays down a bunt, that goes foul. Walter gives her head coach a little smile, knows it was the bunt she needed to beat it out. Instead, she's behind 0-1. That one misses low. The 1-1 pitch from Morris. That one rises up a little bit too much. The 2-1, 2 straight balls from Morris. Two one hit high in the air out towards left center. Coming in is Dominique Irving. Makes the catch looking up into the sun for the first out in the bottom of the 6th. That'll bring up the catcher, Olivia Herman.
Number 13, Olivia Herman.
Herman on the afternoon. 1 for 2. Flew out to center in her first at-bat in the 2nd and singled in the fourth. Yo one, hit hard out towards right center. Moving over is McDermott. Makes the catch, shielding her eyes from the sun there as well. And there's 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Believe we're going to see a pinch hitter here. Instead of Leah Caldwell, it's going to be Skylar Sams stepping up to the plate for the Hornets.
Pinch hitter for Lynchburg, number 28, Skylar Sams.
Sams on the year, batting .250. 14 appearances. This just her 5th at-bat on the year. So 1 for 4 on the season. This one hit in the air out towards center. It's going to be a long run for McDermott. Diving, can't make the catch. And Skylar Sams is in safely at first with a 2-out single. Her 2nd base hit of the year. Gives the Hornets just a little bit more life here in the bottom of the 6th inning with Alex DiNardo, it looks like, stepping up to the plate to pinch hit for Lexi Powell.
Now batting for the Hornets, number 18, Alex DiNardo.
DiNardo on the year has gotten quite a bit of work. That one from Morris misses up and away. DiNardo batting .333. This being the 16th game she's appeared in. Made a brief appearance in game 1. Sams is trying to take second and does. Gets into scoring position. Took Williams behind the plate by surprise a little bit. It's not really a stealing situation there. But now a runner in scoring position and an RBI opportunity for DiNardo. Takes that pitch on the bottom half of the zone, 2-1. This one hit high in the air, back and out of play. Count evens back up at 2. Good fight from Morris to get back into it. 2-2 pitch to DiNardo. Once again fouled back over the netting and out of play. Two grounded over towards third. Takes a check on Sams. Throws it on to Stark at first. In time to retire DiNardo, but the Wildcats down to their final 3 outs. They trail by 3. It's 5-2. Hornets on top. You're watching LHSN.
7th for Randolph. Number 5, Rayleigh Oatkin.
They all ran her. He didn't tell us, but they all ran her.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Angela Sparandeo still in the circle for the Hornets, looking for her second complete game of the season. After those 2 runs in the first inning, has looked near perfect. But she'll have to face 9-1-2 of Randolph's order to get out of this game. It's a 3-run lead. That one is a good start for the Wildcats. It drops in front of Bree Hodges for a leadoff single. Rayleigh Oatkin gets things started in the top of the 7th.
7, Dominique Irving.
And if you're Randolph, you have to be happy about who's coming to the plate. First team All-ODAC last season, leads the conference in hits and is in top 5 in quite a few other statistical categories. Have to imagine if you had to draw up a situation, it'd be this. She lays down a bunt. The throw from Cundiff to first is in time. Good stretch from Caldwell to get the out, and that was a big one. Irving laid down bunt, trying to beat it out for a base hit.
Number 9, Lacey Luckadoo.
It was an interesting decision considering that 1 run only gets them 1 run closer. They trail by 3. And with the tying run on deck, you'd almost rather see Irving put that ball in play and have Oatkin on the move on anything to avoid that double play, but either way, there's 1 out. Here's Oatkin on the move to third. The throw in time, the tag applied. A great throw from Olivia Herman. She's been toying with him all day. And Carly Cundiff applied the tag to Oatkin, and now Randolph down to their final out. Once again, an interesting decision from Randolph. 1 run almost got you nowhere. You need 3 more to tie this game up. But now Randolph down to their final strike. It's a 1-0 count to Lacey Luckadoo. Sparandeo looking to close things out. 1-1 to Luckadoo. Misses off the outside edge, 2-1. That one hit high out of play over the netting, and now the Wildcats down to their final strike. Lynchburg looking to split yet another series in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference and improve to 4-4 on the year in the conference play. 2-2 pitch. Grounded right back towards Sparandeo, and who else to make the final out of the game? Angela Sparandeo fields it, tosses it on to Tully at first, and Lynchburg is going to pick up a split of this series with Randolph. They win this game 5-2.
Your final score, Lynchburg 5, Randolph 2.
We'll take a look at the final stats here from the pitcher, Angela Sparandeo. It was 7 innings pitched, 6 hits given up, and 2 runs. 2 strikeouts to go along with it, and then for Randolph, taking the loss today will be Alicia Walsh. She pitched 4 innings, gave up 7 hits and 5 runs with 1 strikeout. Lynchburg improves to 15-11 on the year, 4-4 in the conference. Randolph drops to 16-10 and 4-2 in the conference. Thank you for watching. For Andrew Watson and all the LHSN crew, we really appreciate it, and we'll see you out here next time on LHSN.